1, 2, check, check. Alright, that looks fine. Musics. Alright, showtime. What am I doing today? So, my plan my plan is to get the graph system working with the AI system now. That's going to be the major step between current AI system and plugging in all the cards. So currently I'm going to replace the 3, to start simple, I'm going to replace the 3 abilities, attack, heal, and stun, with graphs. And then once that's working, it should be simple enough to incorporate any graph. So, challenges are the graphs currently are driven by the timeline. So they require these timeline events if an event occurred to trigger before they run their business. And currently, I need to remind myself of how this works. Right. So we have the intent system, because things can intercept the intents. Now, I have to be very careful I don't interfere with how this works, because that's the whole point of the intent system, is that it can mitigate damage depending on what effects are currently in play. And there's no effects in play right now, but that's going to come hopefully today as well. So if I make a new damage intent, do damage, dispatches the intent, tells the encounter. So that means I have to bring the encounter into play. So there's going to be a lot of kind of rewiring and wiring things up that currently doesn't exist yet. But that's fine, because that's what needs to happen. The problem I foresee is that, well, the definite problem is going to be that graphs, like if I look at shield, for instance, say there's a shield running. Um, Cards. So the shield is a ability, isn't it? It's a effect. Yeah, because if I look at the trash mob will run the subgraph of shield effect well, randomly at the moment, but this is where AI comes in. The problem with this is it's completely incompatible with simulating many. Um, it's not incompatible. It's not incompatible. It's just when I start a timeline, every time the shield does something based off the intent system, which the intent system drives this, then the shield will get chipped away at. It'll get eaten up, which I need to happen for the AI to make any sense. But it needs to be unique to each timeline. And currently, I think actually that's not far for what it does. As long as I keep that in mind while I start to incorporate this. Hey, Ninetales, how's it going? Sequence is too drunk to help. How's my microphone? Is it chip cutting out like it was before, or does it sound okay? Mhm. So, as long as I make sure I clone the graph and its state, its memory for every branching timeline when it occurs should be fine. Now the interesting thing is going to see how much this chews up memory. So up till now, we did look at this a little bit. If I run this now and just simulate 2 rounds, sorry, it's still quite heavy on the system because it's got to primarily because it's got to create all of these UIs and keep the UIs up to date, which is expensive. And instantiating, excuse me, instantiating all those objects is expensive. But if I turn off generate graph with this here, and then I say, hey, tell you what, go for 6 rounds, and I hit play, because it's not generating a graph anymore. You can see in the log here, 185,437 possible features were generated in 3.16 seconds. And I haven't really fully optimized this. Now I expect this number to, I mean, there's no goddamn way that the graph system can actually handle this many nodes, no problem. If the nodes are just like spheres, then it has no problem. I've tested it with over 1 million before, and it can hold its own. And that was 5 years ago. GPUs weren't where they are now. But that many UIs on the screen will just destroy Unity. So, for proper simulation, like we're thinking far into the future, I can't really show the graph. That's not true. I can show parts of the graph. I'm gonna have to eventually at some point show just like the last couple turns, but perhaps, or rounds of the one that it chose to go for, or the prime candidates effectively. So the simulation is actually incredibly fast, and this is proven to work. And that's with, honestly, 6 rounds in the future is more than most grandmaster chess players think ahead. Realistically, 5 rounds into the future, and this is exponential. 5 rounds into the future is basically almost instant. Well, it's 0.35 seconds, and that's 22,000. So like this is, and that's still 5 rounds in the future, which is 10 turns. I go with 4, it's basically free. 0.07 seconds. But even 4 would be impossible. That's 3,175 nodes on the screen, which just destroys it. So for now, if I'm testing on the graph level, I need to generate like 2 rounds in the future, which is okay, but it's not going to create the smartest AI, so it doesn't have enough foresight to really plan ahead that far. And that's only 67 possible features. So this is, but I promised myself I wouldn't get caught up in this visualization for this. This dev session is about getting the graphs working and stuff. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Well, there's not really much to worry about, to be honest. It does scale quite well when you're not debugging it. So I need to find a way to, without touching, or barely touching the whole encounter, intent, graph, all the systems that are currently in place. I need to work around that and get that working with the AI. So let's be pragmatic here. Let's look at where's my ASDF for history. So here's what I'm planning on doing today. Usually in situations like this, I'd like to start renaming things. So create future based on action. Action is the name I gave these things here. Player actions, enemy actions, and they're very, very simple. Incredibly simple. This is no longer what's actually happening. It's creating a future based on a graph. And this is not going to be get available actions, this is going to be get available graphs. So that's probably the most logical place to start. Really work through this very carefully and start like transplanting the graphs instead. And I'm going to start with comments. Get all the abilities available. Okay, abilities is still legit. So I'll call these, I'm going to go with action graphs. So this will be get available action graphs. Okay. So now this is going to change a lot. This bit here, return. So we're getting graphs now. That's still valid. I'll leave that there. Now this is going to have to go too because I need to get rid of this whole stunned idea. That needs to be replaced with the effect system that we already have in place. So I'll leave it there for now, but I'm going to do it. To do replace this with the asking each possible action graph if it can be used. So it seems simple, like, well, if you're stunned, then great. But the problem is, stun is like a hard-coded feature I've added to this AI. So this is going to have to be replaced with something way more general because the way Tangletorn is going to be, it's going to be moddable, fully moddable, so you cannot hard code the concept of stun in there. You just can't. So, Ninetales, you there? Sequence is too drunk to tell me. Is my microphone cutting out like it was before, or is it clear? Okay, great. Hopefully it doesn't change, because that was really annoying me before. Okay, so this will get replaced, so I'll leave it for now. Now this is no longer going to be get all the action graphs. Get all team action graphs. Now this, what is this complaining about? If system relocation to make a file, blah 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 blah. Sure, it doesn't do anything. I'll do that. I mean, we start that quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna start replacing these instead of having these actions. These are gonna be action graphs, and I'll link them directly to graphs. I'm gonna make graphs for every single one of these. So it's still stay simple. I want it to basically behave exactly the same, but using graphs, and then I can start introducing more complex graphs. So getting all the graphs for the team, return. So this considered in prediction thing is no longer relevant because that was specifically something I removed from do nothing. Now, do nothing, I don't know if that's going to be a graph or not. I think probably not. But this history action, what's probably going to happen here is this history action is not going to be, well, first of all, that's going to go away. The types can go away, these minimum amounts, all that shit's going to go away. And this will be replaced with what graph did it use. And if that graph is null, it means they didn't do anything. So this is these history actions, I believe, are what the player actions are made up of. Yeah, they are. So these probably need renaming. These are action graph action. Yeah. So it's an action, it's tied. I'm gonna leave the name for now and just change up what this is about. So this is not gonna be any of this anymore. Instead, it's gonna be a public tangle graph called graph. And we'll just use the name of that. And this should be serializable. But let's see how that serializes. So that's going to break a ton of stuff. I have to get that to compile first. So I have to really go through in here, get a bit smarter here. Do enemy. So do nothing. I'm just going to make that null. That's valid. Now, On player do damage, find the first action where the action graph equals. Now the graph itself doesn't have like a type of thing it is. That's the whole point of graphs, is they're you can't look at a graph. The computer can't look at a graph and know what it means, what it is, what it does. Because it can do a whole multitude of things in different circumstances. So I can no longer do this anymore. This is actually going to have to get even more simplified. In fact, this is not making sense anymore here. These should probably be really brute force it pretty much and say player attack graph. I'll call action just to be consistent, and then we'll have one for each. And I will make an array out of them because that's gonna help me a lot here. So it's gonna be the heal. And this is gonna be no. Can I just do this with? Do I need to do it this way? Can I? No, I don't think this is necessary. I just need to be able to know which one is tied to each button effectively. But I think I can just do that with names for now. Yeah, I can just do that with names. So we'll just say like this the name equals. This is gonna be very temporary. Attack. Heal. It's not aiming to make any new interesting behaviors. This is going to be a drop in a replacement for what's currently happening. Okay. If the player didn't take any action, then on player action. That said, it would be I do kind of want it. Oh, I can't have an action. It just needs to means to be no. Nope. Well, no, it can't be null because the only stuff I'm using this for, when I'm actually looking into it, will have to go anyway. And this is all going to disappear. Like this whole thing is now going to be the graph actually executing. So I think I can pass null into this. So if it's to do nothing, then they're doing nothing. So this will be null, which means it's going to be null here. The action taken, I don't mind that being null because I can refer back to that later. There is not going to be a calculated amount because again, if it... Alright, so this is where I'm going to have to execute graph. Tricky bit is going to be this. I think I have to get rid of all this nonsense here. This is all going to be replaced by what the agents in the encounter, once I bring the encounter in. Hello, Lord Wolfhound. How's it going, mate? We're chatting in the stream chat text channel if you want to join in. So all this stuff is the hard-coded stuff that had to go anyway. And it's going to be replaced pretty much the entire game state, effectively. What is the game state going to be replaced by? Is it the encounters? I can't really... So, because the encounter is what keeps track of all the agents, their health, whatever's going on with them. But duplicating this for every single possible future is going to be a bit insane because it's got, well, I might be sure I can, but maybe I can't afford not to because it's got the event listening graphs, and that is deeply tied into how the graph system works. But I can't like simply clone this thing, or can I? I need it all serializable, so it does boil down to just JSON. So everything gets boiled down to just static stuff. But there's things like starting graph and shit. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. But it's also gonna tie back into how game saving is saving games working. Like what comes out of this is it's gonna have to support like reverting to any state easily, any encounter state. The question is, do I take the leap and change encounter? Because encounter is kind of like the whole idea of an encounter. I mean, looking at some of the methods in here, it's a lot. I think there needs to be a decoupling of the encounters, the game state. The game state needs to be in here, and that's where agents are going to get pulled out into. This will get pulled out into a game state. So I need to do this. This to be remotely manageable. I need to do this from a top-down perspective. So it's gonna get, yeah, game state is gonna have to grow to be something that can encompass the entire encounter effectively. So it's gonna have to have all the agents, all the effects that are currently in play. But a lot of this stuff is not relevant to the game state, like the current agent index, current target. None of this stuff's super important. All this, this might be important. I'm gonna have to break this into game state. Hey, Daw. This is gonna be a bit of a tricky transplant situation. But when in those situations, the best thing to do is just top-down program it and program it like how you like it to work. So let's do it. So keeping in mind this can be null. So that's not so bad. Action string, keeping in mind this can be null. Could be null. Yeah, it's the past. Now I know it's not null, so I can say, yo, the graph. Now this is where it gets nasty again, because again, this is all going to go. This is debugging stuff, so it's not super. Well, this will be important. This will be very important to be able to see what this is. So I don't want to hard code this. I would rather say, yo, graph, give me a description of what just happened. But I can't do that based on just the graph, because the graph has to run first. Things like amounts, they don't make sense anymore. So this doesn't make sense anymore. This whole occurrence doesn't make sense anymore. Instead, okay, let's just keep the top-down programming on the go here. So I need to execute the graph. So I'm creating a brand new future based on an action. So the graph's gonna need to be cloned. When I've done that, where did I do that? Where do I clone this thing? Copy. I'm in Tangler graph, node graph, copy, base.copy, which is, yeah, that's expensive right there. That's expensive. There's a lot of memory going on in here. Difficult to get away from. It's very entrenched into how. Hey, Ninetales, welcome back. Copying this is bringing a lot of stuff. It's instantiating things. This is an expensive method. Very expensive. When I might be doing 100,000 futures. Oof. And that's deep. And right, let's think here. Think pragmatically. The graph has to be cloned to do its thing. That's how it works. So I'm pretty sure I use this elsewhere. I do. And I do it when I execute the graphs. So start graph. Think about this is these nodes, these executes, say the do damage node. This feeds off, well, it creates intents. And when it eventually applies it, it applies it to the target, and the target, this is at odds with the whole branching timelines thing. Because the encounter system can't have many futures, it only has the one. So this target will always be the same target, which will be getting messed with in all of the different timelines. So that means I have to clone clone everything. If I clone a graph, the problem with cloning the graph is that when I evaluate agent, that's when agent actually gets set. That's in get target node. Everything comes from these, and this is the problem. This right here is the problem. This does not scale with branching timelines. It's only ever looking at the current encounter. The current encounter is going to be different for every single. If I want to copy the entire counter, which I kind of have to. No, no. All right, there's something I have to do here that's. I'm gonna have to break the connection between encounter and game state, unfortunately. And that game state needs to be light enough that I can clone it for every single timeline. It's just the basics. It's like agents, their health, the effects upon them. That's it. This is gonna get a lot, like a lot. This is gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. But that's the way it is. Choose my battles very carefully. This is the major connection I need to break. This needs to be. I don't feed this in anywhere. It's been singleton the entire time, so I can't like it. At, passing it in at this level is incredibly difficult. So that's gonna be some massive spaghetti. Like passing current game state through to something as low level as this. What's a good pattern here? Fuck. The problem is I can't count on the game states being simulated in order because that's not how they work. They're simulated breadth first as a tree. They're not simulated depth first. So I would never be able to use anything like this. So I might not be able to get away from the fact that, yep, maybe there's a good target here. Maybe the place to do this is whenever I create a node. When a node is created, well, when a node's created, it has its graph is set by where we add it. Cool. This is gonna get real messy. I could really use Jib's brain right here. Could use a rubber ducky for sure. this is a fundamental change, but there's going to be a sweet spot. It's going to be one good spot to change it that doesn't disrupt everything. I think it's here. If the graph itself, when the graph itself is copied and created, if it knows about the game state that it's acting on, then I refer to the game state here and not the encounter. Because I've been I want to break that connection anyway. Instead of asking the counter to get an agent target, I should be getting the game state. So, oh God, this is gonna be a mission. It's gonna be a mission because this is used everywhere. And that's only one example. Fuck me, okay. There might be an easy way to do this. In the game, right, make sure everything's committed because I'm going to go do some heinous refactoring. Okay, well, we got save point now, then let's just fucking have at her. I'm gonna do this the only way I know how. Just decimate current code base. And ignore anything to do with UI. Whatever makes it work, fine. So this, just break it. Just hard break it. Well, let's break this better. Let's break this in a way I can find it more easily. Perfect. So that'll break everywhere. Now game state was what we want to do. This is one of those moments that calls for good soundtrack and just get into the zone. Massive refactorings like this. And to do that, I'm going to rename this to current game state and just use the error list to my advantage. Just do it. There. And then break it. Now, that should give us plenty of errors to work with. Current game states. And that's not going to be this, wherever it's used. Hopefully is in any of the nodes, it should be saying, should be looking at the graph, because the graph's the only thing that's gonna know about the game state. So, Tangle graph, game state. And that's what I'm going to have to start using in all of the nodes. All the nodes need to look at the Tangle graph for the game state. gonna be quite the journey, guys. Now when I start the graph, I definitely need to be able to give it a game state. Because of the whole branching futures thing. I call it present. That's not necessarily present. 2.5 streams open. Hope the other ones are just as entertaining. Holy crap. No thanks. Now this is gonna have to happen everywhere. Which sucks. The problem with this is it's going to... That's just copying the nodes. The graph. So when I cold copy, this is probably a smarter place to put it. So if I'm in a node graph right now, there's no reason this should be node graph. Except it is. Fuck. It's annoying. Okay, fuck it. Sure. What's it between right now? Oh, damn it. It's an override. Can't put it here. Okay, no big deal. I'll have to do it in all of those places. It's not the inner universe. It's only just one thing. What the fuck is this card game state crap? Oh my god. Oh no. I've got a clash of names. Shit. Game state manager. Terribly named. Oh, what do I use this for? Game state manager, you have to be renamed. Game flow manager. Well, that matches where it's being used. If I get lost in thought here, it's because I'm juggling about 1,000 moving parts on a refactor that touches the entire fucking code base. Okay, full music time. I'm not sure I like that name at all. Can we rename it again later? Flow is a horrible word here. Really, fuck. It's not game state. It is. Well, I could change game state. It's probably easier to change game state than it is to change all this shit. Game state. No, they're both good names. What's a better name for this? Was state. I think screens are most better, to be honest. These pretty much represent screens, I think. No, not quite. Not quite. UI state, maybe? Yeah, they're more UI than anything. Let's see how well that fits. So I'm gonna be pretty quiet for a bit. This is heavy vocal stuff. Real careful. I'm not getting distracted from a distraction. Gotta keep right on it. Here's the big break right now. The big old break. Can't do this here. Fuck. No, that's right. We do want. I just end up being a game state. Current counter. Yeah, that's right. These probably want to be current counter. Ooh, get Asian target. That one's important. This will never. This is actually going to go away. Fuck this and this. It's probably not going to be a massively entertaining stream unless you like seeing somebody fly all over the code base. Okay, let's get real brutal here. Super brutal. Oh god, this is getting harsh. Try to balance between just breaking absolutely everything at once. I'm tempted to just literally break everything. Like that's a big break right there. Yeah. See it. This is gonna have to have a current game state. I don't think that. Hey, Shock Turtle. How's it going, mate? This is gonna be a bit of a different stream than usual. I am trying to get deep in the zone. Like a fucking huge refactoring here. Oh, good. I mean, did it go well? Yeah. Ask you anything. Um, Sorry. Somebody else step in. I need to focus like no one's business. This is going to be the biggest refactoring I think I've done to Tangletorn yet so far. I'm even bringing like naming standards together and putting it off for a while. It's a good excuse while I'm here. This player turn equals. Well, open notes still require making notes. Oh, damn. Choice time. Huge part of me wants to just rewrite just so much. So much of it. But there's so much good stuff in here. I can't afford to. I'll have to plot that fine line. Like, fucking hell. The deserialization. Oh, God. This doesn't make any sense. There's no point trying to fight serialization and deserialization at the same time. That's madness. Shit. Fuck me. Alright. God. Alright. You need a cigarette, guys. Back in a sec. Clear my head. I am trying to control out my head right now. Quiet. get my thoughts in order here. What I'm doing is taking an entire code base that only has the knowledge. This has the assumption there's only one present. The entire code base assumes there's only one present, but now the entire code base has to be able to run in a theoretical timeline. And there's no hacky way I can get around this. It means going through everything and making it look at what timeline it's in, as opposed to this overarching current timeline. So bear with me. I'm gonna be fried by any of this. What to do with this? What to do with this? That's tied to our current timeline. Context is tied to it. That's tied to the present. That means context is also gonna, yep, context has to come into it as well, which means the game state needs a context. Okay. God, that's a big change. Big change. Odd. That was a helper thing. No, 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 no. Game state. This doesn't make any sense anyway. It can't be initialized like this. When I initialize this, it's deserialized it already. After it's finished deserializing, it's gonna have to take the current game state. The encounter doesn't care about this anymore because agents don't belong here. There's no setter on that. Fuck. Oh God. This shouldn't be necessary. That's already serializable. It's already serializable. So I shouldn't even need to do this. Okay. Paper 10. Oh, damn, this is gonna. You are making no sense. Oh. No, this been. It's starting to make sense. Uh, I'm making about 1,000 bugs a second here. No, let's go to game state as well. Which means that encounter can't be keeping track of these either. My God, this is gonna be so expensive on memory. Oh God. Let's premature optimization. This is gonna have to be populated before this. This is gonna have to take game state. These agents. It's gonna need a context as well. Fuck. Hmm. that called? Tangletorn? Oh god, that's gonna be fuck me. Brand new game state. Pretend. What's the question? How would you deal with an object needs to be set to don't destroy and unload? For example, save management hold the current save file. Would you just have it like in main loading screen, or would you have it in every scene? Couple ways you can do that. The first one you already mentioned, you can have like what I like to call like a main scene or core scene, and that has all of your objects, like your manager objects that don't destroy and load in there, and you only ever load that scene once when the game starts, and you get the fuck out of there, and you never put them in any other scene. The alternative is that you can have them in every scene, and then if it finds that there's already a singleton, they're most likely don't destroy and loads or any managers, they're singletons. If a singleton instance already exists, then that scene will delete its version immediately in the awake function. So you don't have any clashes. The benefit of that is that you can jump into any scene for testing. The downside of that also is that your singletons, if they have any configuration on their mono behavior in the inspector, then that will be unique to that scene in its version of it. The third option, which I've used before, is that if it can't find the instance, it can't find the singleton that your manager singleton. It actually does load, additively loads through your scene manager load async, load additive or whatever, load with the additive parameter. It loads the core scene along with all of its singletons. So there's a few options you got there. Yeah, the third option I've used a few times. It's a little bit messy, and not from a production standpoint. It's a bit messy in the editor because it means you load a scene, it jumps back to another scene, and then additively loads it. Well, it additively loads another scene, which can make your hierarchy a little bit messy. Like it can. Last I checked, it will. It has a habit of minimizing the hierarchy for the scene that you were originally in, which can be annoying. But if it really bugs you, you can always make a tool or make an editor only feature that undoes that. Yeah, but don't destroy unloads. As soon as you have those, you have to keep in mind if you're bouncing between scenes and those scenes have those in them, you will end up with duplicates. So either you have to clean them up, so you only ever have one, um, or you have your main scene that you always go through, whether it's this you always start in that scene, or you the third option load that scene if one of basically if any of those singletons aren't present, you know that core scene has not been loaded, so you can additively load it, which I would recommend either the second or third approach because it makes it far easier to test. You can jump into any scene and know that third approach specifically is ideal because you know you know that scene's well, means you can have all your configuration, your like inspector configuration of all the singletons can live in the core scene, and you don't have to worry about each individual scene having its own little separate configuration and getting messed up that way. So I'd probably give that one a try, see if it feels good. Oh, where the hell was I? Yeah, second option works. Um, it does work. The second that option does totally work. But it also means if you have any configuration differences, like any serialized differences in that singleton in different scenes, which will creep up on you because if you add state to those things, serialized state to those singletons, you're inevitably going to have scenes that have a different state, and it can give you some really nasty bugs that kind of creep up on you. Whereas the third option doesn't have that problem. It says like, yep, whatever happens, if I'm loading a scene that's not the main scene, load the main scene additively. And then all your serialized configuration can live in that scene. It has another downside that you have to, if you ever want to make changes to that, you have to keep hopping back to that other scene. In fact, that got so annoying for me in a couple projects, including Tangletorn, that I made an editor tool that lets me literally this tiny little editor drop down in the corner of the Unity editor that lets me hop between scenes quickly, including one button that would take me back to the core scene. Because you just don't want to be fucking about in your project assets trying to find that core scene every time to load it. Sometimes it's easier if you have a button. It just jumps you there. Right, I need to figure out how the hell I'm going to handle this context stuff. Yeah. So in that case, a combination of the second and third approach is probably best. So if you find there's a manager in the scene, get rid of it and load the original scene. And have it so the awake function of all of your singletons, it does well, it's already going to be doing that. The problem thing you have to look out for is that uh, you have to check which scene you're in because you can end up with an infinite loop effectively. Whereas one thing's like, oh, I already exist, therefore I already yeah. You got to make sure that you're not infinitely loading the core scene over and over and over again because something already exists. So you can do things like if I'm in the core scene and there's already one here, then delete it. Otherwise, load the core scene. So there's a kind of combo between the third option. Because you can quite easily end up just spinning your wheels and loading the core scene over and over and over again. The code's not hard, it's just like getting it right. I'd recommend if you do it, try to come up with the most convoluted, fucked up example that you might encounter through a designer not knowing what they're doing and test it against that. Like multiple singletons in the same scene, and you're not in the core scene. Like just really mess it up. And if it can handle that, it should be able to handle anything. Godspeed, mate. I got your message, but I didn't respond. I'm sorry about that. Can you just pretend if you want to, if you got like, if unless this was the specific question. Yeah, if you have any questions for me, like on just shoot the full question, and I'll get back to you. It's probably easier that way. So I don't hop in Discord as much as I should. Okay, how the fuck is this gonna work? Think pragmatically here. The game state has to have a context. Should that context be passed in 9:30 PST? Very good chance. I'm going to be knee deep in my brain will be using out my ears, but I'll probably still be going. It's a massive refactoring. Have a good one. Don't do anything I would do. Right, context. Where does this need to be created? It has to be specific to the game state. Which means when I create a game state, it has to have the previous context. It's part of the timeline. It's literally part of the timeline. So when I create a game, I can make a new context, but then this is an issue in the game. Fuck. That's the one. It's gonna take no previous game state for the initial game, but it does need a context. Where do I add the original? Why do I add the initial players? Okay, I'll get to that. That's a bug for another day. Alright. Load game. Now this one is different because it's deserializing the current save game JSON, which is the whole game. And the whole game includes the game. Oh, I mean core, my bad. The whole game includes the current game state, which is going to be serialized in the saved game. So I shouldn't need to initialize initial game state is in the game. So this should need to take an initial game state after all that mess. It should be, no, not true, not true, not true. It can optionally take one. Yeah, that's right. These are bugs will bite me in the ass later on, but they won't be heinous to fix. They're just serialization things I have to deal with anyway. Right, the encounter. All this stuff has to be pulled into. Now, I can do this in the easy the hard way. The way to do this. Oh man. God. I just realized something horrible. Not only is the current game completely bound. Oh shit. Not only is the entire code base currently bound to one single present timeline, it's also assuming any progression is going to result in actual visual things happening, which animation, sounds, UI changes, everything that we don't care about when we're simulating UI. Okay, okay, that's okay. Because this is raw data. That's fine. That means we just pull this into the current game state. This, because this shit, the sequence creates is what creates all of the UI shit. But this part is raw simulation. That's just data. So keep decoupling it there. On graph ended. Is this thing still being used? Literally, is this thing being used anymore? I don't think it is. This is coming from, oh god, this is being used somewhere. Yeah, that's got to be in the current timeline, so that's game state. This is like inevitably going to end up with a hugely. I gotta be so careful too. Like this, we can't do this. We're dealing with 200,000 new timelines. That's 200,000 logs. The first time I run this, it's gonna be one stray log, and it's gonna fucking nuke. Unity. Okay, on intent definitely is going to be a game state thing. Damn. I guess another thing here. This is mostly UI type stuff, so this can be triggered. Will have to be triggered. That's UI. This is kind of UI, except for this, which I'm trying to get rid of anyway. This needs to be. Yep, another bug. That'll be a definite bug later on. We'll deal with it when I get to it. I'm a bit. Hey, Jesse. So my drum and bass is too loud and you're too quiet. There we go. I'm in the middle of something pretty. Game launch date. So yeah, Jesse. The entire game has been coded with the concept of there only being one present timeline. For the rest of the code base to work with the AI predicting potentially hundreds of thousands of future timelines, I need to introduce time travel into the rest of the code base. That's what I'm doing. I think probably a picture is probably the best bet. Currently, there's been one timeline, right? But the way that like there's a current encounter, which has the current health of all the agents, like the effects are currently in play, all that kind of stuff. There's only ever been one of those. Now with AI predicting the future, we have this many. Actually, this is a massive understatement. This is how many I can put on the screen and make sense of without blowing the computer up. Realistically, this is only going 2 turns ahead. The AI can simulate 200,000 turns, six rounds ahead. So we're talking about like a chess player that's thinking 12 turns ahead. It's capable of that, and it can do it in about 2.5 seconds, which will be running in the background while animations are playing and stuff. That's what's going to give the AI its smarts effectively. It can think. It can look at 200,000 or more possible outcomes of all of these different timelines. Say that one's the best. That's the one I want to try to pursue, and it's going to take the one action it needs to head that direction. But it'll be looking at everything that's on the timeline, everything it's able to do, and up till now that's been just one of 3 things: attack, heal, or stun, and or pass if it's stunned. And now I'm incorporating all the graph stuff into that. Tangletorn is being brought into that, which means the encounter and everything that handles graph running and everything now needs to be able to run in many timelines at once. I need to have many different futures at once. And everything so far has been just one present. There's not been multiple presents. So that's what I'm changing right now, refactoring. But it does make a bloody smart AI that I can't even beat. So it's going to be very interesting to see what it does with real graphs, because it just plays optimally always plays the most optimal move. So with only three possible things you can do, you can't really make any progress. And there's probably some bugs in there right now to make it so you can, but it, again, it's like it's far enough along now that I need to incorporate the real graphs into it. And I'm really, really interested to see what it can do with real graphs. Is that a computer can't like all the way I've been building this AI from the ground from the beginning was with purpose because I can't say, oh, I should do this because it's a smart move given the circumstances. But because everything's built with graphs, the computer can't look at a graph and say, this does this. It can't do that because the graph can be incredibly complex. It's made by a human. It could do certain things in certain circumstances. It could be a whole jumble of mess. So all it can do is run the graph, create a new branched timeline based on whatever that action that graph, um, whatever action that graph was ran, whatever graph that action ran, and then just look at the outcome. And then it looks at the outcome of the world based on that change. Once it's gone through all of these hundreds of thousands of timelines, it looks at all of the ones like the conclusions, as I'm calling them, all the ones that it got to after six rounds of simulation, and says, okay, which ones are the best based on what I call concerns. So in here, oh my God, this is full of stuff I need to correct. These are concerns. They're actually incredibly kind of simple. You can add as many as you want, and this is what makes this is literally the AI. This and the weights. The concerns are simply questions. It's like, what's my health versus their health? Hmm. Hmm. No, it helps me. Yeah, it's not. It's it's actually it's actually simpler than that. It's not could they react to it? They will. There's not, that's the only way this AI system can work. It simulates everything. It's simpler than it is. It's actually going to be faster and simpler than it is right now with even just three actions because it's for every single branching timeline. So the AI says, okay, I can do one of three things. So it tries all three things, and then it says, okay, well the player can do one of three things. It tries all those three things. So every single time you get it's branching three times. So if you go six layers deep, that's how you end up with a couple 100,000 um, timelines. Whereas in reality, they're going to have the timeline to look at, like the timeline that it can, as far as it can see, of what the player's done. And this is specifically why I've chosen an AI design like this, because it means you can bluff the AI. You, it looks at what it knows you're planning to do, and if it can't see further than that, it can make some educated assumptions of what you like generic stuff you can do, like do an attack or a heal. I can put some generic graphs in there, so it can operate with still with limited knowledge. It doesn't just completely draw a blank when it can't see any further in the timeline. But basically, it will choose. Mhm. Yep, completely. Oh, oh, right. You're talking about machine learning. Yeah, that no, it's a great question. As it stands right now, it doesn't have memory like that. But adding something like that is not a huge stretch of the imagination. Um, you and yeah, yeah. Right now, the limitation of the AI is that it goes in. It doesn't have a memory. It's never encountered you before. It's never played. It's as far as it's concerned, it operates on these concerns. So if I were to support something like that, I would add a layer of complexity to this concern, saying like, well, not only These are naive concerns. They don't have any kind of like, experience attached to them. And saying, like, is my opponent dead? Yes, no. Minus, it's great if they are. I don't care if they're not. Can I not? If I am I stunned? Can I not take an action? That's bad. If I can't take an action, it's -1. That's bad. And all these things are weighted as well. So you could say this one things are more important than others. So to have experience, what you'd probably end up doing is adding like some really, really hard to write code, but it would probably only be about 20 lines of code. Yep. So this is really important because this didn't exist initially when I made this thing. And what ended up happening is that the AI would play optimally up to the point where you were almost dead. And then they would say like, "Oh shit, my health's less than theirs," even though you were almost dead, and they were like 90. They were almost dead. They basically would never take the last killing blow, or rarely would. They get stuck in a position where they didn't recognize the fact that they can kill you. And so I simply added a new concern saying, "Is my opponent dead?" And then gave it a yep, yep. And this is where this is going to become interesting, I think, because you could quite happily say, like, how many of my teammates are alive. So for most AIs, they'd want their teammates to be alive if they have any. But you might have a boss battle where every time the boss gets one of my teammates gets killed, they get stronger, and all you have to do is put a negative in front of that, and it'll yeah, just by adding a negative in front of that for that particular boss, they would behave completely differently to the point where they actually would probably start attacking as it stands now, they would start attacking their own. If they were allowed to, they would start attacking their own teammates. They'd be like, well, turns out it's better if they're dead, so I'm going to start killing them. I mean, they'd still take into account the other considerations. They wouldn't be just like full on killing all their teammates. They'd still be caring about the other stuff, but they would take into account, like, if I get the chance, if I can do an AoE attack, or if I use this random graph that does whatever this thing does, I don't know. I can't look at the graph and make any assumptions. It just runs the graph. And if that outcome happens to involve some of their teammates dying, they'd be like, yep, that's pretty cool. That's great. I'll go with that. So you can pretty much create, I guess, personality or motive just based on these. Like you might have ones that are very, very conservatively playing very conservatively. They care a lot more about being like high health. They want their health to always be more than yours. They're not going to take risks effectively. And then you can put this one like this, and they're like, you know what? I kind of care how that their health's their health's higher than me a little bit, but I don't. I'm more a risk taker. So just by adding a smaller weight, they would make them take more risks. Hmm. Yep. Oh, completely, completely. And the thing about this is super hard coded right now, as you can tell, right? This can be created from a graph as well. It's like when you encounter somebody, instead these numbers can be driven by their what they know about you. Like if you've been really like completely killing off all of their like if you have a really bad mojo with their affiliation, these numbers they could play much more recklessly. They could play much more like fuck you, um, based on the graph. So and sorry, Nine tells you a question here. Will the ability to take action concerns still hold up? They will not. They'll completely fall apart. But that's okay because um, when I remove these hard coded kind of I intentionally made these super hard coded and this hard coded because I wanted it to become. I wanted this. The step I'm going through right now is important because yeah, there is not going to be a number of stunned turns. I could include that, but that goes against the whole um, the whole motive of making this game moddable. As soon as I hard code the concept of being stunned, I've I've kind of put a restriction in there almost that this stuns are a thing that you have like probably the only thing I'm gonna have hard coded as a concept in the code is health. That's probably it. And even that, if I can do away with that, then I will happily do that because health doesn't make sense in a dialogue encounter. Really, this is the whole point of this too. Is it works in dialogue. These weights should be able to define someone's personality and how they respond to you in dialogue. So these will hopefully be graph defined. Pretty much everything defined by graphs, which gives you not just a game in the end, but an engine that you can use to produce pretty much fucking anything you want. So yeah, good question. It will completely fall apart. But the effects that I'm going to be these are effectively effects. Yes. And once I bring the effects system in, then it will be able to ask a question like, can I do something? And it will look at all the current effects and see if any of them prevent them doing something. So this will just be basically kind of rephrased. How it's evaluated will be rephrased, but it will still be able to ask that question. You can still have that concern. It's just how it comes up with that. We'll be looking at the effects that are currently in play as opposed to this arbitrary hard-coded number that I had before. In the meantime, this is the biggest refactoring I've done of the entire code base because I'm adding time travel to the entire thing. It's very um I'm drawing on like every part, every ounce of experience I have. Like it's very careful, careful steps. I know, I know I'm going to be creating about 100 bugs, 200 bugs, 1,000 bugs right now, but I'm trying to isolate them carefully so that things like adding error messages saying like, yeah, this is a bug caused by this, so it should be easy to. I'm not going to be just given a million nondescript bugs. I'll be given ones that are described properly, so I know I can what I can work with here. So, the encounter needs to be initialized with the current game state. It's initializing when I create an encounter. Which suggests that this can be nothing, and we'll create a fresh one. There is no current game state, well, initial game state. This encounter is only being created really once when the game's kind of game states are being created constantly, like by the AI, but the encounters are not. Well, whenever the encounter is created, it's always gonna be a situation. Yeah. So I might be a little bit quiet in the stream because it's a little bit on the heavy side. Yeah, that should work. This is where this is all gonna have to be replaced. But before, now this is a good place to start. The changes made here should sweep across most of the code base. Yeah. So the state. This is now way more complicated. Because there's no longer just one us and them, there could be multiple ones. But for the sake of the refactoring, I need to I should make an assumption, which I can add to later. How would that look? That would this one. Mm, hmm. Trick here is to Give yourself errors wherever you're not willing to detour and tangent too much, but make the error really obvious so it doesn't kill you later. Oh god, this is gonna be tricky. This would be a deep copy. Shit. Right. Hmm. Just needs to copy the agents and the effects. It's gonna copy it though. Right. Okay. Fuck. This is gonna take up so much memory. 200,000 timelines. Fuck me. Um, I foresee memory leaks. Lots of memory leaks. Well, I say so much memory. Could be hundreds of megabytes of RAM. Ooh. But easy to scale. I just make the AI not think 6 turns in the 6 rounds in the future. So Jesse, if you're familiar with it all, the level of simulation here is not quite as deep, but it's along the same. It's in within an order of magnitude or two of Deep Blue and how it beat the initial with a very similar AI system. How this is what this is loosely based on chess AI, the initial chess AI before machine learning came along, and yeah, on neural networks. Deep Blue beat the original chess masters using a similar system to this, but running off a Cray supercomputer and looking into the future further, saying that my computer here is probably more powerful than that computer back then. So oh, yeah, I forgot how to do this. Let's clone. It's only gonna clone. Mm, it's gonna take properties as well. Which is fields. Okay. God, this is dangerous. Dangerous because of this. Very dangerous. Shallow should be fine. A deep copy would just fucking blow my computer up. I would need this to actually put in this actually too big a RAM that's sitting on my desk. Shallow copy should avoid this and just. But I do. I do want the effects though. Like I need to copy the effects. Shit. Alright. Wait. This is gonna cause all kind of nightmares. If effects is being okay, as long as effects definitely only stay in this class, I should be good. Oh no. Alright, this was. I'm not even gonna think about this stuff. This was an attempt at a completely different kind of AI, which still might be useful, so I'll leave it alone. This might look familiar, Jesse, from a previous project we worked on. Things having knowledge about facts. Yeah, I got well into this for a while. This entire AI system I wrote that has a really interesting. This is a completely different attempt at AI that I did over like on some random evening, 3 in the morning. Almost completely forgot about this. This was like pushing toward general intelligence on a very small scale. I think I might break that. Do you need ID and name now? I should be okay. Yeah, okay. So now it's passing a present in, which could be null. That only happens. It only happens at the very, very beginning. Just gonna have to change. This is gonna have to move to the. Yeah, see that? This is a bit more of a quiet, contemplative stream because I'm doing a massive refactoring, but bring time travel into the rest of the code base. Okay. Right? Should be as simple as like going an update or something. No. I'm gonna pull some code from a new recent project I was working on. I made some improvements to my shared codes, like files I keep dragging around. Where would it be? Oh god. No, wrong one. Interesting. Hmm. Get rid of VR stuff. I don't think Tangletorn's gonna be VR anytime soon. Who knows? Slowly working, slowly working our way back to where we started. This is good. Narrowing down on the juicy bit right here. It did actually. Okay, I mean, it's probably a billion bugs in other places, no doubt. Million bugs, but this is it. This is where I started. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna get some fresh air and have a cigarette, which is counterproductive, but back in a minute. Right. The meat and potatoes. This is where it's gonna get interesting. man, it's scary looking. Well, this has worked before, so it should be okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, but graph needs to know about the new future. It's a node graph. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. This is gonna give me grief. I know it. The turn. No, it's gonna give me grief. All right. This is the interesting part. This is the next big piece of the puzzle. Hmm. Damn. Shit. So I need to kind of need to execute this graph properly. Like one of these, but which one is it? Kind of depends. I would say agent graph, which means this might need to know. Yeah, it's gonna need a pre-start callback. I think agent graphs. Damn, what's the source? Oh, it's gonna be hacky as well. Shit. Now it's gonna depend on who. This is gonna be another bit of technical debt I'm gonna deal with. Target, not really, also, goddamn. Yep, more technical debt, but it's okay for now. That's this is not, yeah. Basically, I need to go through every fucking node and make sure it's acting on the game state, not the current. Oh, that's gonna be fun. But under the assumption that's happened, none of this shit should matter. So the graph is taking care of it. And this is literally impossible to know. I can no longer know what came of which is gonna make the debugging hard. So I have no idea what happened during in that graph. Not a clue. So I guess just, I don't know. So, well, I mean, this whole thing was up in the air. How do I describe what just happened here? I guess kind of like, I guess, so that'd be friendly or enemy. Executed. And this is gonna execute a graph, action graph name. It's basically all I know. Can't color anything. I can color things actually. It's basically all I can do. So I don't know what the amount was. And then wait the future. Getting terrifyingly close to being able to running this thing, and then I have to start digging through every bug that I just written. So many of these things are going to just bomb like both sections for days. But how many bugs we got left? Okay, go to them. Oh, are they in nodes? No, they're not. Okay, this is because these need to be encounter. No, just trudge through all the errors. Most of them are going to be the fact that it should be current encounter and not current game state. But I would rather go through them one by one, just so some of them aren't. Game state node. Oh fuck! What the hell is this there? Oh right, that's my yeah. Okay, well this is a timeline, which is a lot of this is drastically going to change. Hmm. I'm actually okay. This is good. This is actually pulling up the stuff that I was hoping I would. So this is going to completely crap like not work because I don't actually have an encounter in the AI thing. So once I clear through all these, that's going to be the next thing. That's just crap. Game state, right. Do I really need game state? Because that's going to come from. No, it is. Shit. No, it's going to be the game state. don't think I need to clone the game state. Because the whole point of the timelines is they share the game state going forward, they don't go back in time. Yeah. Wait a second. Oh, no, 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 no. No. There's enter nodes everywhere. Well, is it in the simple graph I just made? And end node. Okay, so that's probably fine. I'm sure that's true. Yeah, it's only using that place, so that's should be fine. Again, it's going to be the current game state context. Really there. Well, these are the first layer of errors, and we'll see what comes next. All right. Now the terrifying part. I run the thing, which I know is going to completely fail because there was no encounter yet. But let's see how it fails. Probably with an exception of my own to start with. Yep. So it's not going to find anything because there's no actual game state node. There is no character because there's no game state. So of course I never create it. I never set this anymore because when I create this dude, which is in history graph here. Okay, I do set that. When I added game state. But of course, so generate graph on, which it is. Let's tone this back a bit, one round. Now the debugging starts. So, which one of these is null? Is it the character or is it the game state? It's the character. Sometimes agents haven't been populated. Agents get populated here. Nowhere. So I never set the agents because I never set the, of course I don't, because I don't set agents is a completely new concept to the history. So when I create the very first game state, so here I create the very first game state, has no present. So what, yeah, you're right, it's used into a counter and counter init initial game state, game launch state. Okay, this is getting well. I don't want to go all the way back and pull the stuff in here. I'm sure I can short circuit some of this. So I create the first future game state, moves to it. Thanks, past cache. Cheers, man. Honestly, this is probably a relic now. All right. Age definition. Okay. So I'm gonna have some agent definitions. That's a good step in the right direction. Of course, you didn't actually assign anything. Agent definitions. Two. Um, cool. We can actually have real names in here now. Goat and Maya. That trash mob graph, it's going to disappear and replaced by full-fledged AI. Okay, cool. Now we're getting what I expected to get. Oh, except for this. You know, skills. Thing state. Baby steps now. Yeah. Wait, that's not where the arrow came from. Still setting. Yeah, why did I have a problem with that? Oh yeah, because I'm trying to be safe. But this is going through the full thing I was trying to avoid. Oh no. I was trying to avoid all of this. It's going through the whole core initialization. I didn't want that to happen. Because I hit game and that hits the instance, which does that. Right? There's no beating around the bush. I can't avoid that forever. You have to fix that now. So is this really that heinous? Is the thing. And that was being extra cautious, to be fair. Current game state doesn't exist, I'm assuming. Or agents doesn't exist. Either way, it's coming from well before. Okay, I'm gonna have to step through this one. This is gonna get complicated. Okay, let's dive in. Yeah, it's gonna be in here. What's this game look like? Let's start an encounter. A ton of nulls. It's kind of to be expected, except for this one. Oh, it's got no game state. Start AI graphs. Yeah, I don't think that's that current game state anymore. Nope. What do I say? What do I say? It's back in. Nope. I do actually. And no, no. I never use initial game state. Right. This is gonna be tricky. So I'm going for this really fucking weird approach here. Great encounter is gonna come from all the way. As soon as I touch this, it gets deep down there. I've not had a chance to even. I do have a game state here. Can I? Will that be enough? It's gonna go into. That should be. That should be enough. No ref. In which case, it's probably the agents. Seems like it's creating all the. Oh man, it's got full on. There's no point fighting it. Oh, all right. Shit. Right, because get game. Right, get game gets the instance, which then adds the component core game object, which then on awake calls init, which so on and so on and so forth. That blows everything up. Like creates starts the account. Oh man, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. How the hell am I gonna get there before it can start? Even accessing game starts to look. Game hits instance, which then makes one of these, which awakes immediately, which then initializes, which then gets past all this, which then starts the current encounter, which does exist, starts to get AI graphs and dies here because that happens. Game state happens literally there. Crashing there. Alright. Damn. Well, that's kind of the whole point of a init. Game. No, it's not, because I called game. It's not going to help me. I call game from core, which calls instance, and therefore does the whole fucking shit again. So I have to get the init directly. Well, I've been relying on this singletons doing all the initialization, and I just can't do that anymore. Basically, I'm gonna have to do something really gross, and which I'm gonna have, well, so because I'm running it in a really non-production way. So if I set the initial game state, when I finally get to, guess here? No. Let me just let that crash again. Yeah, some agents. Agents. No, it's not agents. It's great core game. So we have to hit it before we've gotten an initial. So when we hit core game, it's instance, which will then awake on this, which calls a knit, and now we do our hacking shit. These testing things are going to have to stick around for a while until I pull this back into the real game flow or come up with a bit of a solution. Oh, so the same problem, isn't it? Yep. Fuck. This can't live here then. This can have to happen here. This is gonna be an infinite loop. I can feel it. Yeah, I feel it. Unless I cut it off at the no. This all kicks off from the encounter starting. No, this isn't start. It's way too late. Way too late. Or maybe not, because that's where it was happening before. Let's try it. Okay, it's not fast enough. It's kind of. Oh wait, this is encounter is not a mono behavior. Oh, of course it isn't. All right. Then let's hit it from here. Should have got there in time. Riveting stuff, huh, people? Oh, you got a game state. So is it not the game state? Maybe it's the agents. No. Encounter. What? Ah, whoops. It's not a game I'm interested in. They shouldn't even have a current game state. Damn it. It's happening in a knit. Not like it's fucking fighting me here. No, okay, that's totally fine to make a auto. Okay, make that an auto property. Yeah, shock total. That's how I feel too. Yep, I shouldn't be doing this. Should always be the current encounter. I can't make that separation. The current encounter has to be the thing that it communicates through. Can't break that. I'm talking about appreciating this fast computer with fast compile times. No, that's gonna be fucking broken as fuck. So creating an encounter is useless because creating an encounter never creates a fucking new state, 'cause that happens in a knit. Shit. Alright. Then a knit shouldn't be doing. Oh man, that's gonna be heavy. No, it's fine. It's not using it in any way. We'll do it in create encounter instead. Don't do it here. Was that's gonna fucking freak out. Shit. State. Why would I need? Why would I ever need to pass on the limit? It's always gonna be a brand new game state when I create an account for the first time. Yeah, so literally replaced. Account that used to be game state. Okay, right. Not gonna work. Oh yeah, forgot you could do that. Nice. Oof. Well, that kind of makes sense. So for brand new encounter, everything should be fresh from here. And then I got rid of the game one because it didn't make any sense anymore. Current encounter dot current game state. I could make a shortcut for that. Gross, but I could. Leaving me go through a lot of errors. Oh, can't have that. Yeah, that's making sense. The whole initial game state doesn't make any sense anymore. Quite a few places. Oops. Yeah, that's all done from scratch. And that solves that to do at the same time. And that solves that too. The only problem is I never used a real pre. Hmm. Yeah, that means there's a whole ton of stuff here that's not being set up. So we're gonna have to hard code some shit here. That means I won't need that anymore. Or will I get turn? Trying to get rid of the whole idea of this start thing. But I need that because of fucking. Ah, man. Shit. Another race condition. Mm. Let's run it again and see what the brick hole I was looking at was. Not even run it. Oh yeah. Interesting. Oh wow, it did get pretty far. I mean, I don't trust it, but it did get pretty far. So this I can't really answer right now. So I'll just take, because this is gonna have to be based on effects. So effectively, I'm taking stuns out of the game right now, but it's okay. They need to be replaced with effects anyway. See me like 5 lines of code further. Big bada boom. Oh man. It's trying to run the full shit. It's trying to run the fucking. Oh, this is so hard to debug. It's trying to run the actual goddamn encounter with start and counter loop, which I don't want. This is this is part of the real combat scene, so I'm gonna have to. Even this shouldn't really be happening either, to be honest. When I call start, I basically shouldn't be doing this anymore. This is grabbing default game settings, so my default game settings are gonna have to be don't start the encounter, because this is a step too far right now. We do not want this to happen in our test scene. We only want this to happen. We don't want this to happen either. That's the UI. We definitely don't want that to happen. So we don't want any of this to happen. So I guess turning this off is the simplest thing to do. Default launch state is test combat, which uh let me just check the proper way of I think at the core. How is this supposed to be done? Awake, find core, blah blah blah. I think I'm just got to change the default state to something that's more like AI test. Yeah, for now. And I'll completely forget. I'll totally forget. And oh well, that's frozen. Yep, that's it. I'll be right back, guys. Hmm. Did it just bomb on start? Huh. Yeah, so I was trying to change the. There's a better way of doing this. I think it was to have a core already in the scene. A core is never added to the scene. It's broken. Could add a core to the scene. Not really. Core. No. I just know I'm gonna end up forgetting to change this back and end up with bugs for days. But I need to change this. My AI test, which doesn't run the encounter. It can create the encounter, no problem. That's over in. What is that in? Here. Creating encounter, that's fine. Oh, that's passing agents in. Initializing them even though they're not used. No, that's okay. It's setting the agents, but that means that my whole thing about my whole thing back in history with starting agents is bullshit now, which is fine by me. No agent definitions. Lot less to do. More testing. This is kind of cool because it means it's using the. I am gonna get rid of one of these guys that will completely break otherwise. So don't start the encounter because that's all about UI. I don't want that. I'm not interested in that. I just want the encounter to exist. Okay. Game state node. It's a mono behavior. So its start happens at start, which means game state's character is set to nothing, which means it doesn't have any goddamn agents. Okay, shock total. Noted. Agents have been set yet? I just did this. Literally just did this. Did I delete it? No, because it was in, come on. Ryder, you let me down here. I never wanted this to happen, so it shouldn't happen, which means it should be doing this. Creating counter agents. Boom. Context. Fuck. I need to stop looking for agents anywhere but the context. I've been looking for them in two different places for way too long now. But really, this should be the context agents. She should have a do this properly. Oh, she doesn't have a Harvest key. That's dumb. Shit. What am I inheriting from here? Values. Yeah. Hmm. So I want to cache this. Yeah. Yeah, this will be a cache. In which case I can do something fancy here. I'm going to turn agents, question mark equal null coalescing assignment. And that'll blow up. Yeah, it's not get fancy here. Mostly because I want a real error message. Ooh, for 10. Nice. I'm hungry again. You lying bastard. Okay. Same problem here. This should be running off agents. That'll give us a real error message. Yep, okay. Real error message. No agents exist in game state. So for some reason, this doesn't create encounter, I believe. Right there. It never reaches it. Right. Good to know. Create never encounter never happens, therefore this never happens, which means this never happens. Create encounter on run is set. Which launch state am I using? Oh, doesn't even hit that. Okay, fuck. So it never calls a init, which means it never calls awake on a core game object. Well, fuck me. What? How's that possible? Okay, I don't trust this debugger. Has to be hitting that. How is it not hitting this? I mean, it's never hitting instance. Okay, what the hell? Okay, I'm seeing way less activity here. History manager. What the fuck was that for? Some shit doesn't exist anymore. What the fuck is it? AI test. Did I not set up AI tests? Default game settings. AI test. How does it never get here? Alright, alright, alright. What the fuck? What does actually happen? This. Create a future. Creates a game state. Creates a new context. Okay, I can see this. I took out a key step here. I don't actually refer to the core anymore. So it bypasses that whole thing. Bypasses everything. But where do I actually want to use? Well, the agents need to be set, so that's gonna happen pretty fucking early. Create the game state, which is gonna be null. Basically, if there's no context, this is the beginning of time. I need to let the core do something. need to kick off this flow, which comes from the game launch state. Here we go. Basically, we want this to happen, which means we want to this to exist, and all I have to do for that to happen is literally touch the core singleton. That's it. That's all I have to do. So I'm going to do this in the cheesiest way possible. Game.core. Is it game.core? Core dot game dot I don't know. I guess create encounter. No. Create game. Save it. Nope. Nope. That's one thing to start. Literally all I have to do is access it. So I will just do this for instance. Gross. That's fucking disgusting. Yeah. Well, it kicks off the whole process. Initialize an agent. Oh, interesting. Right. So I have not an infinite, not a loop, but I have a. It's happening twice. What's the second game state being created? Where's the second game state? Create the future. Right. Shit. Okay, well, I'm able to not hackily do this then, because I can basically say that the future I want to create will be core.current game.current game state, which should go into here, current encounter. Oh, no, that's not going to help because it doesn't trigger. No, it does, because it goes to game. Goes to game, which then hits instance, which then goes through the whole rigmarole there and should end up creating a brand new game state just as a byproduct of asking for it. So you should only get one. Okay, that's decent. So what? Okay, we got an exception, which explains why I didn't get any further. And that's coming from agents. Or is it? Or is it? Yep. Oh, right, of course, because I shouldn't be using this anymore. I should be using this. should never be directly accessing agents. I wish there was a thing in C Sharp where you could make a field that literally cannot be accessed, even like beyond private. It cannot be accessed by anything except for like a property that's marked as like a friend or an owner or something. Because it's great for hashing like this. I was speaking of the devil actually. I should be caching this, shouldn't I? Still, I would like not, shouldn't be touching this anywhere. Back here. Ooh. Um, okay, I actually should be touching it there. Why was I doing this? What was the point of it? I was basically trying to get a proper error in here. That's what the only reason. Literally the only reason. There's no point serializing any of this thing because it's all in the context. That's serializable. That's serializable. So this should straight up. I'll just take the error. I'll take the error. Turns up. Turns up. It shouldn't do. Ah, shit. Oh dear. Yeah, that's true. When I copy a game state, it's not enough just to copy the agents. I need to copy the whole goddamn context. Which could be tricky. It's not that fucking easy to clone a dictionary when you don't know the hell these are. Fuck. Well, it ain't simple. It has to go. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Quick, quick searchings for this. Up, clearing, deep. This is gross because context could have all kinds of real nasty shit in it that loops and cloning context. Oh, ow. Mm. Okay, well, what is this going to be? Like, in the case of the agents, it's a list. It's a reference to a list of it. Oh, God. This could get ugly as fuck. And the whole purpose was just to contain agents outside of the context. Why did I only have agents in the context in the first place? What was the fucking point? Like, if I just take context out, I lose current target. I lose current target. I don't think agents live in there. I really don't. but it's tricky now because I can't copy contacts. No, I can, but it's like fucking difficult to copy an unknown. To copy this without knowing what the hell it is. It could be a list. It could be a list of lists of lists of lists of lists. You can't deep copy that trivially. Like I do some recursive shit, I suppose. But I want to, because all it takes with the recursive shit is one of them to hit like a fucking Tangler graph or a game settings, and then I'm fucked. One cyclic reference, and then it's game over. It can still serialize because this is going to be using JSON.NET Newtonsoft, which handles cyclic references quite perfectly. But cloning, not so much. I've always felt a bit weird about context. Like what is it, how much does context need? If I take agents out of there, then it's an easy clone. I'll just bring this back. And that was perfect because it, yeah. All right. JSON ignore, and this will just return agents. I'm not sure if JSON properties is the right word for this. Oh, it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right word. Yeah, you think you can make an auto property, but no. No, you cannot. All right, now I need to populate that at the beginning somewhere because I can no longer do it. And create encounter. This is not a thing anymore. But this is the minor adjustment. You'll setter to it. Fuck the context completely. It's just getting cold. Should be. Yeah, it's set. Right, let's give it a shot. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Is that repeatable? All right, so this suggests it inadvertently created a node and then cleared the graph. And the looks of it happens and create the future. Tries to get a node of that state, which means. All right, let's hit that up. Hit it up. Don't be a hero, Cache. Just debug it. This is the initial state. No agents. Interesting. That's not the error I'm getting now. Interesting. So it took the game state present. Right, this is not copying. Yeah, of course it isn't. Because all I gave a shit about was context. I never cloned. And now, does context even matter anymore? Well, I never even used it. And it might do. Making a brand new game state. I don't want to make a copy of the agents every time. I mean, it's not gonna hurt, but it's gonna kill my memory. Like, if it's going down a timeline, they can totally share the same. Wait, no, 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 no. They have to be cloned at some point. At some point, they have to be cloned. I'm branching timelines constantly. At some point, I have to clone these agents. Otherwise, they'll be the same agent across timelines. So I do have to clone them every time, I think. Well, I am already making a brand new list. That's why it's empty. Why it's empty. But I have to clone, which I already do think I implemented. Clone, I did. Okay. So when I do, I'm doing here, but not here. But that's the beginning of time, so that's legit. That should be happening both, regardless. No, the same fucking thing. If I keep sharing the same context reference, I'm gonna end up polluting timelines. You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. Cloning a context is not fucking trivial because it's indeterminate. Like, fuck knows what that could be. Doing a deep copy on this could be just bad news. So I'm very rapidly questioning the value of this context. I know why I made it in the first place, but it's literally just being used for the target. Oh, and agents here, right? Which I shouldn't be doing. I don't like context. It'll serialize fine, but it's gonna be absolute. It's used for targets. That's it. Like this is just use. Oh damn! It's used for variable mode. They're important. Because any graph could use a variable node to do any number of things that I have no control over. So I do have to. I have to clone the. Damn it! I have to clone the context. And if I'm gonna do that, then might as well fucking put everything in it. All right. Come on, Cash. How the hell am I gonna deep clone this? Well, if I put a restriction on what this can be, that'll help. If I make this a um context a t context value. I completely forgotten how to do this. I know I can make it. but that means I have to define it that way elsewhere. Not true. Okay, this is what I call fucking slippery slope. This is what I call generic hell. Avert your eyes. This is oh god, there's something else out there, thank god. I was losing my mind. So I've just oof, on my first time that now it's a clonable. I have set a restriction on this thing, which should allow me to do a deep copy. Let's see how much this breaks. If he's not well versed in C sharp, this might give you a headache. But do not. Well, can't doubt anybody's even watching at this point. Okay. I don't know. That means it's not clonable. Let's make a subject clonable. Really tempted to break this connection to the subject. I'm gonna break this connection to the subject. That was a failed. Not failed. It was a quite exciting um, AI experiment. It didn't pan out for this project. Maybe one day I'll use it. So not for this. Not yet, anyway. Subject. This entire. I wrote this all in one evening, and it was interesting. And it's not relevant. Slide clonable. Cool. I already inadvertently implemented the thing it should do. Neat. Almost. Oh, right. Fair enough. Right. In this case, we deep copy. No, not the agent. The agent doesn't care. The game state. I guess we do want to reverse. So we're now deep copying. Somehow going to deep copy fucking context. Sorry, I need to look up. I don't use this thing very often. Shell copy. I know there's a deep version of this. So many different libraries that do this. I don't. There's so many hacky ways you can do it, like serialize into JSON and unserialize it, but that will absolutely destroy the AI performance. So not happening. It needs to be performant. Oh, cool. Someone wrote this. Someone wrote a script that I want to check out. Don't always need to reinvent the wheel. That binary is too slow. Needs to be fucking fast. This dude. I've written something similar to this before. In fact, I don't think I need to use all this, but look at this and look at this properly. It looks decent. Bring it to util. Ever growing. Get my head on this thing quickly. Always, always credit your sources. Not just because of credit, but God help you if you need to find it again. Hmm. It's ambiguous. Should never have made. You know what? I knew I should have never made fucking for each. Use the same name as everything else. Should never have done it. What's wrong with for? Nothing. Array extensions. What are you using array extensions? Definitely don't need another namespace. Oh, damn. What's this really code from? It's like a seed bank in the future. It's been hit by raiders too many times. This is what this file is. Just bits of shit lying leftovers. This code is old. Is there a reason to use that object? Nothing. I hope there wasn't. Really hope there wasn't. Oh my god, this thing's dense. Ooh. Okay. I can't just fucking use this thing without fully understanding it though. Right. So it's extending. You can't just extend. Can you extend objects like that? You can. So what did they get up to down here? Let's go backwards. So a transverse step. Interesting. Ooh. Is this for doing? Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. I keep forgetting that exists. That's really cool. I have no idea what this is. Why this is passing an array of events here. Action, array events. Action, position is an array. I don't even know it. Okay, it's doing a transverse, so it's some kind of two-dimensional thing going on here. Got my nested loops here. Some, yeah. I'm not going to pretend that it's a two-dimensional thing. I'm mostly interested in how it handles references, which it seems to be doing. There, it's using it here. Oh, fascinating. I did not know you could pass a comparator into a dictionary constructor. That's really interesting. That's actually really cool. I could have probably done, if I'd known that, I probably could have done a lot of this without all this shit. There's probably some other gems in here too. So you have a primitive check, we have copy. If it's primitive, then just return the original object to copy. That's fine. If it's not primitive, I have some kind of visited thing here, so that suggests. All right, so this is keeping track of it's reference counting effectively, so it doesn't keep cloning the same object. That's tidy. If it's a delegate, give up. Yep, fair play. Don't blame you. Clone object equals the clone method, which I'm not quite sure why it's static like this. Feature proofing, I guess. You can't override it, so I don't know. I guess I wanted to keep it separate. Fair enough. So remember why it's clones. The object, it's a clone object, which eventually will return. Does the visiting thing so you don't get multiple duplicates of the same object. That's tidy. This is pretty good. Copy fields. So this is our shallow copy. And what the fuck is this? Recursive copy paste type private fields. Which it's recursive like hell it is. If the type to reflect base type is null, so it's going back through its hierarchy, its inheritance. And they're doing that because they want to keep it private? Why would they want to do it recursively? Non-public instance. Remember why it should do that for you. This shouldn't be necessary. And memorize clone should do the recursion for you, but they seem to be doing it manually. Interestingly, there's got to have good reason for this. Solid code. I mean, it's dense, but it's good code. So they have to have good reason for this. I suspect it's some kind of edge case. Something, some edge case where copy fields. This is probably going to be pretty straightforward. Yeah, field info. It's a field type. If it's primitive, it's been dealt with already. I always get the original. Get the original internal copy again. That's what it does the nested. Okay, so this is a super deep. Now this is dangerous as fuck because if I do, if anything ends up in context that ends up being self-referential, I'm screwed. Plain tails. I'm knee deep in some not my code, but I'm just parsing it, grokking it. It's good code, but it said I'm kind of in a situation when I have to. I was kind of dancing back and forth with whether to use context anymore at all, and then I've forgotten why I want to again. Oh, I have forgotten. I do want to use context, so I want to like start ditching this kind of stuff and just use context for everything, which leaves me in a predicament because I have originally this was a dictionary of string objects, and this could be goddamn anything. So if you're doing a deep copy of whatever this is, fuck nodes, like. So I try to take at least one step in the right direction and make it sure it's a clonable. So at least I have control. And if I ever try to put anything in there that's not clonable, it'll let me know. And I do my little hacky generic dance here to get around the templating generics. But now I at least know it's clonable, so things like the agent, for instance, will be a clonable, therefore it has to implement clone and lets me have more control. But actually this is fine. Basically gives me control of the deep copy, except now I'm looking at using this new shit that I found onto interwebs, which promises a true deep copy. And it looks the business. It's doing some kind of funky shit here with recursion. It doesn't seem necessary, but that's where I suspect there's some kind of edge case here. But other than that, it looks solid. It's got some nice optimizations. So what you end up with is this. On any object, you can do dot copy. It's an extension method. It's got some interesting array transversals I can't quite parse. It's got keeping arrays of positions and arrays of lengths. I don't quite know why it's doing that. It's some two-dimensional, some kind of two-dimensional array thing, and I can't be bothered. Honestly, it's there for a reason, and I can't be fucked. It's being used somewhere. Maybe. What is it? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It's this weird thing where you can go over an array, provide an action which takes another array in it. It's like, I don't know, it's some kind of side by side, some kind of side by side thing. But it did remind me that this do keyword exists. It's kind of funky. Forgot about that. So it's either gonna work or it's gonna be some horrible fucking infinite loop recursion nightmare. But it should be hopefully simple enough to use in context. So now I make context of clonable, implement clone. Actually, I'll implement. I kind of wish I got this works. So that, yeah, there we go. So it's going to clone itself. It's also clonable, so you technically have a context within the context, but I don't plan on doing that. So return return this dot copy. It's like it's ominously simple. I'm just gonna check the feedback on this person's thing. Because it was like a wall of code. But it is the other method of doing this is serializing to a binary stream or serializing to JSON or some bullshit and then unserializing, which if you're doing it like a little bit, it's fine. But you don't do that when you've got 200,000 futures you're trying to clone all at once. This might still be too slow. Guess we'll find out. Trying to find the original code I just copied. Wait. Ah, it's a different page. It's this dude. What was their feedback? Okay, nitpicking. Mostly nitpicking. Yeah, no, the warnings given there are not something I'm concerned with. So, I mean, fuck, I'll give it a shot. The whole point of all this is that I pretty much don't have an agents list anymore. I copy, do a deep copy of the state context, which is important because I was trying to get dance around it, and then I realized that the context is used for all of um, let's do this first. Context equal, copy the context by making a new one from. I should need to pass that in. That'll be the past. It'll be context equals past dot context dot copy. Scary, scary simple. The problem was I'm using this for all my very generic nodes, get game variable nodes, which lets you store basically just data in the graph. Oh no, now what? Shit. Fuck. Alright, that restriction might be a step too far then, because apparently integers are not clonables. Can I... Fuck. Can I make it... It's not new. Right, there might be a solution to this. Struct. No. No. Nothing easy there, so I might just have to... Well, it does simplify this shit a bit. don't have any limitations. I'll just be objects and hope for the goddamn best. Right, now it just doesn't exist. When we create an encounter, if it's brand new, it will have to create a new context. Oh, that's already being done. I'm also doing it here. This is also overkill. Now it's going to be context, agents, use this way, agents, agents. Um, Syntax, trying to remember. How the hell do I do this again? This one is like that. Oh, wait. Okay, I need to check something here. I think I just overwrote something serious. In context, I think I was inheriting from something useful. What were you inheriting from? Nothing. Excellent. Brain's starting to get mushy now. Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I have a cigarette. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh yeah. Kind of exciting.
Okay. I know the syntax for this. Why? Um, oh, right. Learn something new every couple weeks. All right. Theoretically, I have a deep copying. And that's agents. Oh God, that's now I gotta run the thing. There we go. Which error is next? Right. So it's not finding. Let's debug that again. This feels pretty close to seeing something on the screen. Thanks, mate. Have a good one. Have a good night. Ah, I think it's because present's not in the graph yet. I think this is the problem here. Present. Because I never created. I never created. Present never existed in the graph. Why? That used to be done differently. That should be null. That's why. should be null. Current game state already exists. And create encounter, but create encounter never creates the node in the graph, so it can't link something that doesn't exist in the graph. So I kind of want to check for that here. This feels a little hacky though. I'll label it as such. Hmm. Shit. Kind of gross. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, of course. I have an actual exception inside. Damn. That's a bit overzealous there. Yeah, I should probably not handle that so harshly. Yeah, it's reasonable for that to just return a null and handle it outside. Or I could not do that and leave my checks in there and instead do a try again. This seems better. Oh, I am doing a try again. Okay, so it's basically the same thing, but hmm. So that'd be t value. It's not them. T value nodes. Oh, node. No. Out. Five found. Node. Nice. Sensation. Yeah. Trying to get node there. I did bool. It's hard to read. Oh, right. Return type. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hack implemented. Well, here we go. So I'm not surprised to see two here. Now let's see how much this explodes when I do something. Not surprising. Flare actions. So I didn't fucking populate those, did I? Yeah, I'm getting somewhere now. So I guess there's only one thing we can do right now, that's attack. If this works, I'm going to be quite pleased. I mean, probably won't work for the first time. So it paused on that error. Oh, looky here. Huh, cool. Nice. All right. This works. The eyes can be very, well, very smart, but only has one option, attack. The biggest thing is if it actually does damage. Not yet. So this is expected. Turn 0. Okay, that should be white, but things on there. Turn 1, turn 2. Okay, it's not actually doing damage. But it's working. It'll carry on just doing the one thing over and over again. Uh-oh, there's that bug where the physics breaks. Okay, so it's not actually doing damage, but it's getting there. Okay, where the hell will that be in history, I suppose? And do enemy AI. Create future based on action. Start the graph. So this thing resulting future is not being manipulated, but I can't be that surprised. That's going to be probably deep on down in, well, what's the actual node I'm using here? Do damage, which creates an intent, which eventually gets applied. It should. Interesting. It didn't apply it. Okay. That's because it's probably on the goddamn timeline, isn't it? Dispatch intent, current game state, execute. Try from here. Okay. So it never doesn't seem to be actually executing the graph. Oh, of course it won't. Of course it won't. Because the graph is still triggered by this on timeline event. So it'll run the graph, but nothing's gonna fucking happen. Because the graph has to run, and then I have to trigger an on timeline event. Oh no, it's crashed again. Okay, it's crashed. It's crashed. It's definitely crashed. Oh, it might have been. Oh shit, it might have been debugging. Maybe it didn't crash. Try again in a second. No, there's no way it could have worked because the only way that gets executed is when well, it actually gets executed, and that's through this on timeline event. So, because I don't want to fuck with these graphs. These graphs have to work in reality, like timeline reality. So I'm gonna have to fake this, which means I'm bypassing the whole concept of a timeline right now. I am bypassing the fact that things take turns to happen. So I need to be very aware of that. That everything's instantaneous right now. And until I bring the timeline into this AI, then it'll have to remain that way, which sucks, but it's the major hurdle here is it's running actual graphs. So I'm gonna have to add a major hack when this graph runs, but then immediately executes this on the graph. So I need to do immediately do a send timeline event, and it has to be for the node on applied queued event. It's the timeline event. Where the hell am I gonna get this timeline event from? Good question. So that doesn't come out of the graph, that's for sure. This goes through all the graphs that should actually be happening, but I'm not using the timeline. Fuck. Oh, that's okay. That's a step I knew I had to say I had to take. It's okay. I knew that would be a problem, so it's okay to, at this point, to hack that. But I do need to be able to get. Okay, this is where the hack starts. Nesting hack. So manually, because we're not using the real timeline yet, grab the on timeline event node with graph and manually execute it. Yeah. So basically, to do bring the timeline into the AI simulation. Now, I could try to take the leap and bring the whole AI into the combat, is it the real combat? But that's just a little bit of a step too far right now. Although once I get any kind of timeline working in here, it's a short, basically that's the last step. And this is basically a short hop over to the real combat, and then we have AI in the real combat, and we can get rid of the whole trash mob graph and all its scriptedness. Which does beg the question, at some point, you do want to have scripted combat, so there might be some crossover there. But for now, I'm going to take the graph that came out of start agent graph, get burst node of type. Wait, what? Why should I get burst nodes of type? That's terribly named. Should just be get nodes of type, surely. Which is not what I want, but get burst node of type. On timeline event node. Then there should be one in there, otherwise you got a big problem. And I just execute it. Force execute node. That's all I want to do. I mean, I'm in hack mode here right now, so That'll force execute do damage node, which should still hit the whole intent thing, which means if there are any effects or anything that or anything, if there's anything that cares about it, like this, it should just work. God, so many fucking more steps here. Getting there, but alright, so we hit it. One. Shit. Didn't hit here. Is my graph legit? On timeline event. Okay, no, it's no good just executing it because this thing doesn't actually have an execute. It has an on timeline event. And then I have this to deal with. Because that's got a match. But I am already knee deep in hack, so I don't really mind hacking past this last step because the next step is to have a real timeline, which will have this data. If I need to hack past this part, I will. So that's not actually what I want to do. Let's make this thing return that. That'd be nice. Which means I can do an on timeline event. Now the type will be the event occurred. Now this part is where the hack comes in. I'm gonna give it nothing. So basically, I have another hack in here. Testing hack. For the simple stuff that I've got going on. For these very simple attacks and stuff. Like the reason I even have this is so you can have many timeline events in one graph, which I'm not even using really anywhere, but it's a feature I like to have. So it's not null. Then we carry on. Timeline events might end up bombing, or it will fucking end up bombing. Shit. Okay, this isn't gonna work because I need this timeline event for here to actually do the damage. In the graph, I need it to have a source and a target, which doesn't exist yet. But again, in the sake of hackiness, that's okay. Now its ID is the kicker here. I'd like to be able to match that ID. And this is where it happens. Well, one of these two. I think, yeah, this is the one this is the UI driven one. So it's just using the name of the card, so I can hack my way past that no problem, because it's just attack. So all I have to do is pass through. I don't even have to hack my way around this, really. I just need to pass through a new timeline event that has the same thing, which is gross. So the hack kind of moves up here. Yeah, I've already got a note there. So it's a new timeline event with the agent is God, fuck what? Let's grab these bar source agent. And target agent. Yep. And now I can source cool down. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Right? Doesn't this have a proper constructor? It does. Let's use that. Graph. All right. That's graph. ID is action dot graph dot name or ID, which is the name. Warm up doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. It's just we're hacking it right now. Instant. I don't think I'm even using this anymore. None of this shit matters. Super hacky. See if it matches. Oh, if this does damage, then I'm gonna call that a huge refactoring success actually. Alright, gotta miss. Gonna miss. Alright, fuck. It's relying on a timeline. Shit me. That shows I'm not putting a timeline to scene. Okay, well, let's put a hack in here then. Tick. Almost want to comment this out. This is again, there's no fucking timeline, so I really don't want to hack it so badly that put one final hack in here. Oops. So I can just skip basically everything I don't give a shit about. So it fucking matters. Nope, these all the hacks point at one thing. It's just bring the timeline in. That was next on my list. Come on, let's do some damage. Oh, nice. Oh, ah. Friendly did attack. I don't know the number because I can't pull it from the graph, but I can see the damage that happened. 85. That was in the simulation. That's not the one they chose to do. When it actually, what they actually, well, they had to choose to attack. Did that mean I attacked for 0? I can't hit for 0. It'd be really useful to see what happened beyond just attack, but I can't get that number out of the game state. I have to do a full game state comparison and try to find anything that differed, which would be huge. Given you can see it, let's just see what happens if I keep attacking. I don't trust this at all right now. So purple, I don't know where the cyan's coming from. I have a hunch. But purple's stuff that actually happened, and the cyan's supposed to be stuff that's not that happened. So I didn't attack, which would have left them at less health. And then they somehow got their health back. Okay, something's wrong there. Because all we can do is attack right now, so everybody's health should just be dropping, but it's health. Alright, I'm seeing a pattern here. The enemy's health. Doesn't seem to be drawing from the true game state. If it was, it would have 93 health here, which suggests that my player is. That doesn't make any sense because the health is part of the agent. I must have a few turns. It's actually this weird physics thing. I need to figure that out at some point. The health went down, but then jumped up again. So something's gotta fix that bug. The health keeps jumping up to 0. Okay, that sounds like that feels like it's gotta be just a fuck up and copy and paste or some shit. Try to fix that, and then I'm gonna call it. Where the hell would that be? It's gonna relic some of this stuff. It's not symmetrically. Okay, let me just check that. It's not. I just keep attacking. I keep losing health. And there was, for one of the timelines, loses health and it gets restored. Yeah, I don't know the hell's causing this bug, but it's pissing me off. These nodes seem to get ignored by physics after a while. Somehow. It could be a deep, really deep bug that I'm not concerned about right now. It's gonna be something in the force retrograph shader or something. They are still being simulated, for sure. Let's treat him differently. This could be some nonsense. Well, this seems better already. I like it. It's maybe not. They're just drifting away slower. Some bullshit happening. Needless to say, I can keep attacking, and I'm long dead. And now it keeps only the second last turn does it show any damage happening. Suggests that the game state's not being moved around properly. But mine is, so it suggests something even simpler. It suggests that I'm just fucking up and when he's create the futures or something. Something's just not copying. But it's all in the context. Or I've messed up something in the actual game state node. Which is definitely possible. Character. Where does it set the text? Here. Okay. Where's it saying player health? There. In the beginning, when this starts. The agents I'm adding, perhaps not. No, I would definitely have a problem if it wasn't an enemy. Because it's the beginning null all over the place. Which would be a giant disaster. So this is getting populated. The default combat thingies, which is in my AI test. Goat, enemy. So it's not that. Still some logging in. Well, it's happening in start, which is a frame after this thing's instantiated. State is new state. Whoa. What's this shit? I have a state and a game state. That's in game state node. This is in game state node. There's no reason for both of those. Let's kill one. I don't know what that is. This is probably not that. That's not going to do any damage. How much shows damage here? It's that fucking bug. It's really fucking annoying. Show it there, and then it gets restored immediately. So maybe that whole context cloning fucking working. But it is for the player. Player's health going down, the enemy health not. I'm getting fucking slaughtered here. And they're only showing damage for like one node. It's usually the second last one in this case. It's none of them. Right. I'm taking damage, they're not. What the fuck? Oh, notice it's called player as well. I thought we should have stuck with that. That's more consistent. Oh, this is going to be the causewaying. It's totally working for the enemy. They just keep regenerating their health. Why? I don't think it's going to be. What causes? Maybe in the final thinking part. It's like I don't think it's in the player. I don't think this is sticking. Creates a future based on the action. So when this is all done and dusted, this future. Their health keeps bouncing. No taking damage, but they keep restoring. You just keep popping back up to 100. So it's like when I do something, it's being treated differently. I create the future based on the action I just took, moves to the future. How is this different? And how they do it in the finished thinking. Enemy, starting action, present. Friendly, action, present. Hmm. Yeah, so this is legitimately showing the right thing. Because I've seen that in the logs. The actual damages. It's just their health just keeps coming back up to 100 after. So it is implying, it's implying applying a damage. What's doing this? Why? I mean, have I mixed up these source and targets now? Source targets. I can only guess. Context isn't coughing. That seems unlikely. We'd be treating everything the same. Yeah, I'm copying at the wrong time. So I can imagine it's the order. It all happens in Create Future. There's some difference between how this is happening between the player. This is it. So this one takes the present. This one takes the present. When I attack, it definitely has an effect. On turn 7. That's not when I did the damage. I did the damage before they started thinking. There's all those two at the start here. That's going to be because that hack I put in. One of the millions of hacks I put in. Pretty sure this. This is creating a blank one. And I create the encounter, it's creating a brand new, this empty shit. So it has to have a current game state. But why? Why does it need a current game state? Because of the agents. It has to have it because of the agents. Current game state's like the beginning of the game, but then I go right ahead and make a brand new one here. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just use the current game state. And show anything. No errors. So never called to create the future, it never actually created a thing. So I moved to a future that didn't exist in the graph. So I think I need to move my hack. Honestly, I don't mind the fact that there's nothing on the, oh no, it's in data. It's in data, so it should be on this. It should be in the. If it's in data, it should be in there. So create the future is where this happens. So I think what I need to do here is just kind of bypass this shit a bit. Oh, and then there's all this crap too. Right, add feature to that. These states. Does all this. Now it can potentially take a present in. Now I can use this here. Okay, well, one problem fixed, and then turn 0. Oh, hello. The health is down. That's weird. That health is not. That's not full health. That definitely shouldn't be full health. Health, but okay, this is a really fucked up shit. That's saying 100% health. Definitely isn't. I'm taking health damage. I'm taking damage here, and it's not showing. And then it is showing. And then their health's going up. Feels like the UI is not getting fucking updated. Why would that ever be null? It should never be null. So fucking messed up. Game states. Can only imagine the game state's wrong. This is the only place it's set. I think I solved that hack. The need for that hack. Yeah, whatever that hack. It's not necessary anymore. Doesn't appear to be anyway. Which is good because I actually did critical for some, so that's why I was having duplicates at the beginning. Damn, what the fuck is happening? I don't know, guys. I'm getting pretty fried here. I'm not seeing it. The thing that weirds me out is the actual health bars appear to be working. Turn one, I did okay, so this makes no sense. In turn one, turn zero, nothing happened. Then it was my turn. I did damage. It says right here. Executed attack. My health went down. Theirs didn't. Next turn, their health went down and mine filled up again. Next turn, I attacked again, nothing happened. It's definitely affecting the wrong fucking game state. Which would be when it executes the graph. Which is here. So creating a future, this is fucked up. So we're creating a future based on the action. This is called in two places: when the player does something and when the enemy's finished and decides to finally do something. And all the shit in between when they're doing something and I'm doing something. I can't discount the fact this could have been a bug. This could have been a bug for a while, but I definitely have not seen health bouncing back. The recursive future. Get all the shit they can do based on the future that we're at right now. Then for all the things they can do, do it based on the future, which creates a future based on the action with the now, which I might as well call present. Let's be fucking consistent. So the future would just start out being okay. Why am I cloning it? Okay, it could be something to do with the clones. Like I'm cloning it here. It must. Okay, I have a strong feeling it's something to do with the clones. Here I clone it. I don't do that. Right. Okay, it's definitely something to do with cloning, I think. I don't clone it when I'm moving into the future here. Because everything relies on the cloning now. Before it didn't have to because everything was a primitive. Okay, yeah, everything was a primitive variable before. Health was just an integer or a float. Now it's deep down in the context, which means it needs a deep clone for it to actually carry forward. Before it didn't because it was a primitive type. It would just copy value, no problem. Now I need to do clones every step of the way. Otherwise, I'm going to be affecting the future in multiple timelines, the same one. But also has to be careful I don't overdo it here. Same here. I'm gonna have to clone fucking everywhere. Can I do this in one spot? Get possible futures. Maybe I don't need to clone it here. Maybe I don't need to clone it here. Maybe I need to clone it in here. Yep. That's kind of what's supposed to be happening here. Copy. What's the difference between clone and copy? Why? Shit. I shouldn't be using this anywhere. Good, I'm not. Just the context, though. What else am I missing? Everything should be in context. Health's all in context. But what about all this other shit? Could something else still be being hooked into something? Action taken. I think there's some really deep, nasty bug in here. I'm only cloning the context. There's so much else, so much more in here. Like a fucking team. Shit. Although I do set that. There's a lot of shit in here though. How badly would this explode if I do a full copy instead of this? Cloning the context, copying the context here. She's doing all that fucking stuff I mostly understand. If it's not, well, I'm losing pre-game state for a start, and that is being used. That's definitely being used here. So if that's never cloned, then I'm in trouble, right there. I'm not saying that when I call the instructor I'm setting it. So I am setting it to present. What else? What else in here is important? Current team I'm setting, previous game say I'm setting. This shouldn't matter. It's interesting. I never set these. Fuck. Okay, well this would be simple enough to fucking analyze is what the hell did I take out this stuff? The health, max health, and stuns. None of those fucking matter because they're in the context. Hmm. Any ideas, anybody? Hmm. Goddamn. I have no. I know. I feel like something to do with cloning, but everything I'm not cloning seems legit. Setting that. Setting that. And everything else is in context, so that suggests context isn't fully copying. But if context wasn't copying, then why just one player? No, no damage. Wait, the target did take damage. The goat took damage, yet the graph's game state. There was no damage. Wait a second. Goat took damage because I did an attack. This all looks legit. The, the graph did its job. The goat was hurt. Resulting future, the goat's not hurt. Which means it's which means it's affecting a different object. It's a different object. It is the cloning. It's the cloning. Because the resulting future, the enemy's untouched. I created the resulting future, which does the clone, the deep clone of the context. So Present has been deep cloned. The resulting future is a deep clone. There. There it is. Fuck. Right here. I was pulling the agents from the past. Jesus. Not thinking fourth dimensionally. Fool. Man, that's a doozy. I'll get you. Fingers crossed. Success is quick. Yep. Fuck me. Oh! God. I guess that makes sense that the enemy was able to do damage, I guess. Alright. This doesn't look like much, but this is a... I mean, all the coloring's all fucked up. Kind of. Maybe it isn't. I don't even know. Oh, so we have an AI that's now using graphs. There's a lot left to do. A ton left to do. But it's using graphs now. And they fucking work. So that's actually that's the hard part. The timeline's the next thing, which I've got hacks all over the place for, but that's again just a chunk of work. Something mind blowing there. Oh man. Fuck, okay. Commit that shit. Oh. Yeah, I got nothing else to say. The AI is using graphs. Shit. I mean, I'll do one more quick test by adding. This is the kind of cool thing now, is it's so incredibly easy to add these new things. I have an attack. I'll make a heal instead. What heal? And it should be pretty easy to just put healing in there. 1 to 20 should be a do. Um, do heal. Amount. Target. Source. That should pretty much be it. There's a heal graph. And I'll just pop it in here. And I should potentially see more graph. Yep, that was easy. Is it gonna do? I mean, I don't see any reason why it won't choose smart things like healing itself. It attacked. So if I keep attacking, eventually it's gonna like, oh fuck you, I'm gonna heal. Probably. Yeah. Again, I don't know how much you heal for. Doesn't look like anything to be honest. So another bug probably. Probably another bug. But getting somewhere. If I keep attacking, I should see the health eventually go up. Or the heals aren't working. One of the two. If I don't do anything, they don't even attack me. Okay, it's pretty buggy. Oh, there's a bunch of errors here. Okay. Does give me errors. There's gonna be lots of stuff going on here. It's, I'm okay with that. All right. Thanks everybody. Thanks for tuning in, keeping me company, dealing with massive, boring refactoring. I'll be writing up what I've done probably in the morning. I don't know. I got a 6 a.m. meeting with Nigeria. I couldn't get some sleep. Fucking startup companies killing me here. But thanks for coming on. Night, Gypsy. Night sequence. All right. Thanks, Night Tails. Night Tails. See you, dog. All right. Peace, guys. Have a good one.